Hello everyone watching the stream. We will start the games shortly. Today with a little bit of a delay. Okay, so waiting for players. Okay, so both players are ready now. Two of two of the very young players, under 16 years old. So in our first game, in the upper right, spawning as a blue Terran, playing for team Alpha X. It's Baby Marine. And his opponent, spawning in the bottom left, playing as a red Protoss. It's Arcfire, also playing for the same team, which is Alpha X. Both of the very young players. As far as I remember, Baby Marine, brother of famous Raynor. As far as I remember, 15 years old, and his opponent, French player, 13 years old. But I'm not sure about this. I see more viewers joining. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you will enjoy our stream. Games are coming, guys. People start rioting on the chat. I don't know why. Those people those people get really upset. They are not patient at all. So for now, game is starting to develop. Both players take expansions. Just just for now, very stable situation. More viewers joining. Thank you for tuning in. Fast bunker we see from Baby Marine, and of course the first little Baby Marine. The Reaper is trying to annoy this Adept, but Adept is very calm. Twilight Council for Protoss player. And for now, both players making their workers, extending their economies. And Adept is trying to do some economic damage or force pressure. So the Reaper was caught, which is fortunate for the Protoss player. On the other hand, Adept is very injured, so it wasn't free damage. But if Adept returns home safely, it will be a free damage. But it looks like it might die from those SCVs. which isn't a pleasant death for an adept, which is a very strong anti-light unit. There is sound. Back to the game. Thought I have thought I had technical issues, but as far as I see, we are all just fine. So Protoss player making a bunch of stalkers with blink, which is a very powerful ability for those units, empowering them very heavily. Looks like Terran player will be prepared quite well. War Prism on position. But there's this Banshee, which is very aggressive, very annoying for the Protoss player. But looks like Protoss player will be able to, or will he? Because the Banshee can deal a lot if it's controlled properly. But those Stalkers, they are incredibly mobile. No recall for the Terran, so this Banshee will stay there. Those Stalkers are waiting here, but there are two tanks, big guns for Baby Marine, so it will be very hard to push through those locations. Banshee's trying to deal more damage. Actually finds a bunch of more probes. Terran sits at two bases. Protoss is making a third expansion, but still struggling. And now finally Banshee has fallen. Stalkers blink to deal some damage, but those tanks actually doing some work. Still, Stalkers have very good position to actually abuse this, harass this base. The decision is to retreat and gather more reinforcements. So now he decides to catch this tank, loses a bunch of Stalkers, but still decides to keep on this position, deny gathering minerals from Terran, catching a bunch of Marines and retreating with Blink, very swift ability. Terran has a third base already, so we'll be able to play economic game after this attack. So Terran is standing very strong, still going strong. Those Stalkers can be very annoying, but those tanks are very effective against them. Position is very comfortable for the Terran player. So you guys see 3 saturated mineral lines for the Protoss player. Protoss player tries to catch a bunch of units, but loses a Stalker or 2 in the process. So it's not entirely a free deal for him. He starts charge right now. Has his upgrades, while Terran didn't. Terran is just starting his own upgrades. So he catches those zealots to prevent them from dying. To actually use them later in the game. Terran decides to take a third base. Protoss is already saturated in his third expansion. which is very fortunate for him. But still, Terran player has a lot of workers, so Terran should be fine in that situation. Even is even ahead in supply. Has mules, of course, so Terran should be fine. So we see Colossi entering the battlefield. Probably some fourth expansion from Protoss. So those five zealots catching those tanks. They are very effective because they kill two tanks, which are extremely important unit for the Protoss, or for the Terran, I'm sorry, because it's the splash damage that Terran desperately needs to fight against bigger groups of zealots. So Terran just finished his upgrades, fourth expansion, beginning his saturation of the fourth expansion. So he's so he's ahead in bases to Protoss player, building additional production to actually rebuild his army faster. Of course, three Colossi, which is a devastating force, not something to be dealt with easily. But Terran has some units as well, so should be able to actually threaten Protoss. Fifth base, so Protoss keeps on keeps on expanding, but unfortunately for him, Terran has built a much bigger economy. Okay. Protoss decides to move on the map very aggressively, takes a tank, but decides to retreat to a safer position, destruction of these rocks, probably waiting for a better position. Disruptors are very strong against Bio. They can kill most of the Terran army with real ease. So this player is trying to catch some of the Terran units, getting a better position. More zealots coming to battle. This planetary is under heavy assault. So the Terran players actually have taken really heavy shots from the Protoss player, which is very unfortunate for him. Those disruptors are actually really valuable for the Protoss, so it's important to not lose them. Additional Stalkers coming back, and GG, Terran decides to tap out because of the losses he suffered. Back with the second game tonight. Thanks for following our channel. So in the upper left we have the blue Terran Baby Marine and his opponent cross-spawning a red Protoss. It's Fire. So Fire actually defeated Baby Marine in the previous map, so he's ahead one map. And to remind you guys, it's a best of 5, which is 3 wins decides a victor. So Fire just closed the distance, just moved closer to winning this entire series, but we will see how Baby Marine copes with this opponent. Both players going for some scouting in the early game. Taking a sip. Oh, very interesting. Blocking of Protoss expansion, which is a really annoying, really interesting thing, or actually the thing that tends to happen more often. Unfortunately for the Terran, SCV went down, so now the engineering bay won't develop. It will be only hit by those psionic swords of Zealot. Okay, approach scouting and harassing this SCV trying to deny the expansion, but Baby Marine has actually predicted it, or has anticipated that decision, that strategy. So he was prepared quite well. This Reaper is trying to do some damage, but Protoss has his unit to actually defend him. Reaper was undecisive for a moment, and this decided for his death. Second expansion, actually second base. That's an interesting spot for a Zealot to be. Killing a Marine, which is interesting. So actually Fire decided to commit to this attack, to this early aggression. We have a mine on the position. So Baby Marine is preparing for some other units, such as Oracles or potential Voiders, which are getting more popular. Adepts escapes, dealing a bunch of economic damage. Five Marines moving out of the bunker, catching that adept. So for now we have both players saturating their bases, building up their economies. Drilling claws, very useful upgrade for probe damage. Can be very disastrous for the Protoss player, hearing a lot of probes instantly, almost instantly. more Stalkers joining the battlefield. So and a blink, which is basically what happened on the first map. Yearly pressure with a lot of Stalkers and a War Prism to reinforce. So Protoss players saw everything, all of the important buildings. Probably, but Protoss didn't see Armory, so he doesn't know that there are mines to come. And this Medivac is looking for some damage. Oh, and those probes actually didn't retreat, which was noticed which was noticed afterwards. So Arc Fire got time to react properly to this. As a reminder, Terran has no recall, so this Medivac will stay here until a better moment to actually hit. Very similar to what we saw on the first map, which is a defensive two-base structure of the Terran development and early pressure from the Blink Stalkers. The Protoss player is microing with Blink, dealing pressure, but it can be very heavily. We will see how he commits to this, because he may potentially take this tank and retreat. There's only one tank for now, so it will be a potential target for those Blink Stalkers. Those Blink Stalkers get heavily damaged by the siege tank, which is not what he was looking for, not at all. Tank is not sieged, so probably a good moment to hit with the Stalkers. Arc Fire is actually trading quite well because Terran doesn't commit to him and he just deals free damage. He's building third base behind it. He's not Terran, so he cannot build that at home. He has to build that on location. Protoss player is still looking for some damage here. I don't think he's as satisfied as he could be, but still. He's adding additional gateways. He's building upgrades. He's adding robotics base, so probably for some additional important units, tech units, which actually got him the victory in the last game. So Terran player setting a defensive position. Those Stalkers keep dealing damage, but the tank has a real good range to prevent this. More Marauders actually coming to the battle, so those Stalkers will be less effective in the long run. Actually catching a bunch of those Stalkers, so Arc Fire decided to not make many more of them. He decides for a counter pressure, or a pressure. It's not necessarily a counter. He's just keeping his opponent at bay. He has a first Colossus, additional one on the way. 6 worker kills. Potential 4th expansion. Seems like he just can't afford it at the moment. Keeps on pressuring the opponent, but the opponent is very defensive. Placing the 4th expansion just as the Protoss does. Very similar timings of those 4th expansions, but of course Terran will have to fly the base. The disruptors are coming to the battle. As you guys see, there are three colossi. So Arcfire is deciding to add disruptors instead of additional colossi because they're not as effective in bigger numbers. And those disruptors are actually the key units for the Protoss player. So it's very important to look on those units, because in the last game, Arcfire took the game of Baby Marine by actually really good disruptor shots. Those zealots waiting for a flank. Looks like Baby Marine will be quite well prepared. He's doing a lot of damage, so the tank will be taken off. Disruptor Novas not hitting anything at the moment. So Terran sees that Protoss player is not going anywhere. But Protoss is undecisive at the moment. So he will try from different angle, but it looks like he's retreating, but keeps on doing damage. Loses the disruptor. Oh, it was a shot. Those zealots are trying to do something now, but unfortunately for him, there is a defensive wall. Both players are sitting steady at the moment, so but the Protoss player gets a Disruptor Nova. Those Dark Templars will probably look for some sneaky damage. Sneaky units looking for some sneaky damage, which is exactly what you need in this situation. The thing is that Terran doesn't know about them because Sensor Tower doesn't show those Dark Templars. It's the missile turrets that show Dark Templars, which is other thing. Fifth base, as you guys see, sensor towers, which are very important to see Protoss decisions in advance. So Protoss is actually probably trying to do, but the Terran actually took his opportunity to hit a Protoss player when he wasn't watching, and he was wandering around his bases. He doesn't know, but he can hit this location, which is undefended. He tried to do some damage with those Dark Templars, but there's a very nice defensive position for the Terran player. And he goes for it. We'll see how much damage he is able to do. He snipes a Nexus, which is very strong. It's actually interesting that this is still going on. This is interesting. He decides to go for more, or he will just sit there. So Arcfire lost 2 bases from this one drop, and at the same time Baby Marine is already mining from this 5th base. So as you guys see, he has an advantage in income, but as you guys probably know, he won. He didn't won. He didn't won even though he had an economical advantage in the previous game. So you shouldn't look down on Protoss at any time. Because Protoss is dangerous all the time. Those Dark Templars are actually doing some damage. Those depots didn't really do well against them. So he's actually looking for a mistake, and probably he will commit here, but he doesn't have that many button disturbers. Oh, he didn't get those tanks, so it's quite unfortunate, because Terran can just repair them, and just as I said, he does it. Bases are now fully operational for the Protoss, so he should be fine with economy. This drop is probably, so nukes are coming. That's very okay, guys. So I will talk about it in just a second. So there are some nukes, but actually they are not. There were just a bunch of nukes. So actually, Baby Marine will be. It looks like he will not decide to be that offensive. He will decide mostly to lay nukes on his opponent, which is an interesting defensive strategy. Very strong. Okay, guys. So Terran is probably moving with some pressure. We'll see how he manages, but still, it's a very defensive spot he's taken, and it doesn't look like he's anticipating. He's not trying to do some damage at the moment. Instead of this pressure, which is still a strong pressure. But the main thing is staying defensive, which is probably didn't. This is very effective. Those Dark Templars doing a lot of damage. This drop is actually retreating right now.
Mineral field depleted.
Still Terran player is reinforcing his defensive position. Additional orbital commands are coming. Still game gets very steady at the moment, but still this fight is very important. Not to lose too many units here. Protoss already has only 2 Colossi. Still a strong firepower. Now he's actually losing the second one, and only disruptors won't do well. Those Dark Templars are actually trying to secure. But this isn't as much as he probably hoped for with them. Because they are extremely heavy gas units. A nuke and planetary sniping. So it's actually both players are taking shots. Oh, so he's doing it. He's actually done it. So both players are actually exchanging shots, exchanging punches. Another nuke for the Terran. So there's a lot of pressure on the map from arc fire. And the nuke actually succeeded, so he follows it with another one. Those Dark Templars are doing some heavy damage, and now Stalkers are coming. This Liberator is defending absolutely nothing. Instead of this, probably some Scalp. Okay, so now those Zealots will be cleaned, but the problem is that this base is undefended, and now Protoss is beginning to have a real nice advantage. Even though he's losing a lot from nukes, he lost 2 bases from nukes, but he's still quite ahead, because Terran actually is mining only from this base. He's catching those important units of Terran, which are Liberators. He's getting this base, which is very important because you need gas in late game. So what is the decision? He decides to commit to it. He's killing a bunch of SCVs, which is very important. That's actually very very decisive. Because Terran doesn't have that many workers at the moment. He's losing. Those disruptors are actually having a hard time with this Bioforce. Another one, lonely disruptor, has been caught. So Terran is only on 21 workers, even though he has many he has 3 orbitals. Not so much in the late game. Didn't manage to recall those probes, so he will lose them. So Protoss is setting up a force. This is actually a very strong composition if you don't have flying units. Because now he sets up and he will probably, it depends on those Bioforce, do not use them too quickly. And those cannons are actually very important here because they defend from Liberators. And there is not so much bio, they are very steam, and this will actually be very... Oh! He didn't do it. If he killed those Bioforce, this base would be practically safe. He's doing a counter-attack with a few Dark Templars. So we will see a battle here, but all players exchanging shots, and Protoss is retreating from these dangerous zones. Okay, so Terran set up a bunch of tanks, but still it's important to not lose Bioforce, and this is very decisive. He loses a lot of bio units, and he doesn't really have that many. he's rebuilding his economy, which is very fortunate for him. So he keeps himself in the game. He scans here, so he knows that Protoss is not as ahead in supply, as ahead in economy, because it looks like he doesn't have that many places to gather minerals, and if he wants to fully use those like 80 probes, if he has 80 probes, then he would probably like to have this base. But as Baby Marines saw, there are not as many. You see that Protoss player is really looking forward for this expansion, but it's very unlikely, even though Protoss hasn't been taken. But now it's very important a long route for the Disruptor Nova. The Nexus will fall. There is a bit of an exchange of bases, and still, and the game is still going on because Protoss doesn't have this bases. This base is actually really important for the Protoss, but Protoss isn't gathering that many minerals, and Terran can just fly his base, and Terran, of course, doesn't have that many workers. He's setting this liberation zone, which is something Terran. Oh, so there was a nuke that actually didn't happen. Protoss using a lot of, and so Protoss decides to cut out in this scenario, waiting for the next game. So, in our tied up series, spawning as a blue Protoss in the bottom right, it's Arcfire. And his opponent cross-spawning Red Terran, Baby Marine. Both from the team Alpha X. They're two of the young talents playing against each other. Currently, series are tied, so probably more exciting games to come. I made a Someone in the chat said I made a mistake with saying that sensor tower doesn't show cloaked units. You're probably right. I just wasn't sure about this. Now players are just scouting. Baby Marine not scouting with a Reaper. Okay, so expansions from both players. Protoss is luring his probe, probably for some proxy, or just, of course, or just will try to deny the expansion, which is something Baby Marine is quite well prepared for. The Reaper is dealing with this pylon, which is probably not something you want, because you don't have any scout at the moment. But maybe he's not sad about it. Maybe he's okay. So Kashim printed bracket. If you guys want to see the bracket, it's in the upper panel of chat. So those of you who want to know more about this tonight's games, it's a good place to go. So Arcfire decides for Blink in a third game in a row, which means he's probably very good in this strategy. Two Stalkers. The Adept has been caught by the Terran, so it's a loss. It's a loss of scout and a loss of unit, of course. Drop from this proxy location, which hasn't been spotted by the Protoss, of course. As you guys see, Protoss only saw those two buildings, which have been swapped already. Starport returns home, of course, and this drop is looking for some damage, which it will be hard because of the position of those Stalkers. Of course, the Reaper goes from the other side, but it's only a grenade and it doesn't do much damage, and doesn't kill any unit. So the Medivac will wait here for some time. observer is going for some scouting. Which he sees that there's a third expansion for the Terran player, 2 additional barracks, more units in production, of course, but not so many because it's only 1 barracks producing at the moment. Those players, of course, saturating this third base. Is building a war prism, has quite a few stalkers with blink, which is important to notice. So Terran is scanning for observer. Pylon is so arc fire has quite a vision on the map. He actually sees quite a bit here. Of course, we see a move out from Protoss, which is something we are looking for. Some action. So Terran decides to move out of his base. There are Zealots waiting for him. So he set us those mines. Some force fields, which are probably not something he was looking for, but he manages to kill tanks. Mines are already out of ammo. But Protoss doesn't have zealots, so it's so he cannot commit, even though he did important damage, which is denying this expansion from gathering minerals. Those four Hellions will not enter because there is a guardian on the wall. He will look for some probe kills, which he definitely finds. So it's 10 probe kills, which is a satisfying amount. Those zealots actually doing some damage. Of course, the position of those marauders wasn't enough, even though it was very effective. So the Protoss keeps on pressuring, but I don't see him breaking, even though he still manages to attack Terrans from so many angles and deal damage. He has his third base, a lot of advantage in economy. Snipes the observer, so Protoss will not have vision now of him. As you guys see, Protoss already has Storm available, so it's definitely something that can turn a game around, of course, and also if game is already favored, it can just finish games. Very strong, important ability to deal with this amassed force. Another observer for Terran spying on him. And it looks like Terran will go with for an all-in, which is unfortunate because Terran actually hits Protoss hits him at that moment. Protoss has Storm, so it's important to land satisfying EMPs, but those Storms actually killing Terran very quickly. So it turned to be a not the right decision for Terran to actually move out like this, but probably he didn't have a choice after so many times he was harassed by Protoss. And now the Storms are coming. Very sweet victory from the Protoss player. Back with our games. Now we see a Terran player spawning in the upper left. Blue Terran, Baby Marine. And his opponent, the Red Protoss, spawning across the Terran. His army. Both are the very young talents in Team Alpha X. Both see those guys playing in WCS, or actually in DreamHack, I should say. Sorry guys, I had the microphone in the wrong place, so you couldn't really hear me probably. I hope I will compensate it somehow. Really harass, very annoying behavior from this probe. Taking his expansion. So Terran decides to go for an SCV scout, unlike in the previous map. And he's actually hiding this SCV. And decides to make a bunker, which is instantly cancelled. So Protoss actually isn't threatened anymore with this. A Marine right after a Reaper. Twilight Cancel, of course. As you guys know, Arcfire is really fond of Blink Stalker openings, which proved to be very harmful for the Terran and actually very good in as a transition. Starport and Hellions in production. For the Terran, Blink, very quick Blink. Quick decision for a Blink, which is something we saw on the previous 3 maps. So we got used to it. That Protoss player really likes those openings with Blink. Commits to a shade, which is probably just as safe as not shading, which wasn't effective for him because he didn't kill anything. Two Stalkers, so they will probably be able to keep pressure away from his base. The Reaper got into his main expansion, main base. Hellion is wandering around, but only one probe on the mark. Medivac with mines, very devastating weapon for Protoss, which will just now be able to prove itself. Protoss is making second observer. We see a reactor from with factory, so it will probably more mines in production, and this Medivac is looking for a place to fit, but doesn't find such place. Probes are transferred to saturate the third expansion. Of course, upgrades are chrono boosted, so Protoss can have an advantage and strike with an attack. Terran only has one engineering bay, so upgrades won't be as fast. A lot of kills, so Terran actually managed to surprise Protoss with those mines. Protoss wasn't paying attention for a moment, and now he doesn't have 8 probes. Looks like Terran is gathering quite a few units, and will move out across the map, which is a very important decision. We will see if it was the correct call to make, because I see some Protoss units, but still the Terran has a lot of potential in his units because of Stimpack and other upgrades. So he catches those 2 mines on the Medivac, and battery isn't in range of this siege tank. He decides to actually retreat, and the Protoss will have his upgrades really shortly. I'm sorry. Those running around, but actually not managing Terran is deciding to make a drop and play defensively at his base. Terran didn't commit, so he decided to actually play more economically here. As you guys can see, he mines uh, quite a bit less, but still he's playing the game. He's still building up his economy. He's doing a drop. Very. For now, it's actually doing quite a bit of damage. The main battle will be also important. So probably he dealt a bit of damage, but I don't think it was as much as he was hoping for. Thank you to everyone for joining our stream. Hope you will enjoy. Double Colossi on the way, so Protoss will get more scary. So the force field. Of course, as you guys can see, those Protoss units are actually doing good work here. The thermal lens actually not finished. Very swift victory. A lot of counter pressure and of course very solid defense in the main fight. Arc Fire defeats Baby Marine 3-1. We'll be back shortly with another best of 5. Okay, we are back with some more games. So please don't riot, guys. We're doing it as quick as possible. So in the upper right, spawning as a red Protoss, playing for Archangel Gaming, it's Tsuku. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I suppose it's the right way. And his opponent cross-spawning Blue Zerg, it's Mixu, playing for Team Kova from Finland, Finnish Zerg. There was a little waiting. There was a little waiting before for players, but for now everyone's here, so we may commence with all the games now. Hola Vindicta. Who else is here for Mixu? His opponent in the final, if he advances with Tsuku, it will be Arocfire. Young Protoss from Team Alpha X. Young French Protoss. Who defeated Baby Marine. Italian Terran. Who's also in Team Alpha X. So for now we saw Terran versus Protoss, now we see Terran versus Zerg. So the two matchups with Terran. One of the Terran was defeated, so there is a chance for Zerg versus Protoss. We will have all the matchups then. But if Tsuku succeeds, it will be, of course, Terran versus Protoss in the finals. Reaper is looking for some kills. We will see if he gets any. For now, he's playing very safely. Queen is pooping creep, so the Zerg will develop, will stretch on the map with his forces. Metabolic boost just no finishing, so the Reaper will have a hard time. Hellions moving on the map, so there will be some pressure from Terran. He's looking for some drone keys, but there aren't any drones in the third expansion just yet. Additional Hellions moving on the map now. There are 6 Hellions and 2 more on the way. So there will be 8 Hellions. Now we are waiting to see the decision if he decides to move with a stronger force, or he will keep harassing the Zerg with smaller armies. Of course, as you guys see, he's just finished his armory, so he may commence with Hellbat push. He doesn't have that many workers, so probably he's looking for some damage now. So strong damage. Now he's transitioning. He's killing overlords, so... But now he uses all of those Vikings to fight with queens. He's killing quite a lot. But still the fight is not yet decided, although the reinforcements for the Zerg arrive and it looks like cleanup. Cleanup from Zerg, whose saturated base is not much economic damage, only exchange of queens, which is, I think, for the Zerg is very fortunate. Five gases, lair, +1 to attack, and the 5th expansion. I think Zerg is very comfortable now. Terran is adding important upgrades, so Terran is actually going in a marine heavy army now. He decides to take this closer to his opponent expansion. So Terran decides to move out. There are a bunch of queens here. They are interfered. So there is a damage. Damage has been dealt. Definitely. Zerg morphs some Banes, but they are not in a good spot. He will have to wait for them. But still, he has so many links that it's not a devastating position for him. He defends it. He keeps losing queens, but he has a superior economy, so he should be fine in those exchanges. And this is a very important counterattack because it denies the mining and kills a bunch of units. It's actually a not as good position at the end, but at some moment it was actually very good for the Terran because the Zerg didn't surround Terran. So now there's an important battle. Do not lose too much from Bailings, and for the Zerg do not lose Bailings too quickly. So it wasn't a good trade for the Terran. He loses Medivac. So for now, Zerg looks very comfortable now, with a much higher supply, more army, and as you guys see, upgrades are actually quicker for him. He looks like he's going for Hydras because of his upgrades. He's upgrading speed for Hydras, which is definitely an interesting decision. This base will probably be cancelled as they cannot defend it. So just now 3 saturated bases for the Terran, 4th is already built, so it will shortly begin mining. The links are running. Actually, there are quite many of them. So if they run just a bunch of seconds before, they might have done some damage. A friendly fire does its job, but it's not as bad. The creep is actually delayed because of the loss of queens, but Mixu is still quite well with those creep spread. Some hydras have been added to the army. Not too many of them, but just a few. So he moved out with a bunch of his forces. Those are the 3 kills for the Terran, but there are Bailings which are important here. The splash damage to Marines. So there are two important battle fronts to watch up, to look at. So mine doesn't really do much, and those units. So he decides to fully commit to killing Planetary with his Banes and deny mining at the 4th. Here are a bunch of Marines, but there is an army to defend it. Oh, one full medivac has been sniped, and this isn't enough for the Terran to actually defend it. There are some kills. Counter drop with heavily damaged Marines. This looked very overwhelming for the Zerg from the start, I should say. So we will return shortly with the next game. So in our second match, currently leading, playing for Tinkova, spawning in the bottom right as a blue Zerg, it's Mixu. Currently leading with one map in this best of 5, and his opponent cross-spawning in upper left as a red Terran, it's Tsuku. Playing for Archangel Gaming, a team of many strong players. In the first game he didn't succeed, but hopefully for him it will be different in the next map, Lightshade. probably see some light from him if he wants to succeed against this definitely a tough opponent that he proved to be. Bases from both the players. If you guys have something to ask, feel free to ask it on chat. As we move on with the second match of the series, TVZ, very interesting matchup. On the previous map, Zerg was really ahead throughout the game, but now we will see how Terran manages to do against him. So the drone will probably try to hide and it was a good call. He doesn't lose any of his drones, any of his units even, so it's very effective play from him, from Mixu. Also good tumor. Unfortunately for the Zerg, it has been sniped, so slower creep spread at the beginning. Also okay, so we have a creep spread now, a bit of a little delayed, but still it's proceeding. Sorry for my throat. I'm not sure how I sound today, but I had a running nose for a few days, so I may sound different than I normally do. But I hope it still will be, the games will still be amusing, and my commentary will not subtract their value. The Overlord sacrifices himself for information. So now the Terran players decides to go for a different approach with Medivac. He tries to steal his attention with the frontal attack and goes for the drones in the behind, and the reaction is quite fast anyways. The Zerlings are on their position to actually deny the damage. He attacked his morphing lair, which is odd. A Raven. An interesting choice for probably some clearing of creep and also different possibilities. He loses a bunch of units here, basically for free because he's not firing back, and now he stole his attention and killed a bunch of drones. Now that was the damage he was hoping for. But those two Hellions were lost for nothing. Now this Liberator probably it wasn't the way he was supposed to be placed, but now the Terran is not far behind in workers, so he's in a comfortable spot for him as a Terran. He has mules, of course. The Zerg is droning as he sees that Terran lost most of his units. Goes for upgrades. And it looks like Terran will decide to go for a different approach from the previous game, which is mechanical units. Those guys are creeping in a corner. These guys are bleeding workers, so a little bit of slow reactions, but he was busy attacking his spawning pool with Helion. So Tsuku is waiting, is looking for some creep denial, but there is no creep on this side. I'm wondering what these queens are doing. That's actually interesting. Maybe he forgot about them or something, because they can lay creep tumors. He probably gathers them for some transfuses, but I'm not sure if it's the right way at that point. If the creep is not the better call to make. He's probably unsure about what he's against. Of course, the Terran sees not that much, but Zerg sees much more. But the Zerg is not. Probably he made this assumption that he faces mech because it's a totally different thing than bio. He didn't see Marines at that point, so he probably should assuming that it's a mech. It's different types of units will be against him. So those tanks are out of position, and I wonder if he... Okay, so he just moved. So Mixu didn't realize that those tanks were actually moving. Now they will be really hard to take off. Those Banes actually not achieving their goal. So the Zerg cleaned those tanks. I'm not sure if the Terran has enough, but Terran doesn't have that many forces here. So those massive amount of Hellions will be enough to clean the opposing force. (26 Bailings), so he's heavily committing into this composition. He's getting more upgrades. Adrenal, which is also very important in late game. Actually, very extends Zerglin's usabilities. I'm not sure he knows about this base, and and he knows about
Swarm
this base, and
forces under attack.
probably it should be his next target. I'm not sure if this is the place he wants to attack, but here is not. Here aren't many Terran units. Just now, Terran is reinforcing this base. The Banelings are hitting this planetary, killing it. But it's definitely a lot of gas units, and the Fungal. And the Fungal actually manages help to help Zerg hitting those mobile units. As you guys see, their limits of armies are very even. But it's because but also you see workers which are in favor of Zerg, but the Terran of course doesn't mind, so it's even heavier in favor of Zerg. This is actually very important trait to reduce the number of tanks, which are devastating for such a Zerg army in bigger numbers. It's actually very hard for the Zerg to engage at that position, so he will probably look for a better spot or reinforcement and attack from a different angle. He's already maxed out, and he's making counterattacks with his Banelings, and now the Zerlings with extremely good upgrades are coming to battle. So the Zerg has some static defense in this base. It looks like Zerg is actually doing the devastating damage he needed for Terran to forfeit his economy, because Terran actually now has very little economy, and if Zerg manages to clean this position effectively, then it will be a swift victory for him. So he's actually moving. It looks like a base raid because his main force is actually not on a position. It may look like he's retreating, but he's actually was a bit undecisive. He could have hit much quicker. So the Terran tries to goes for drone kills, and of course for technology of Zerg, because of course Zerg cannot produce units without important buildings that are actually in this position. And of course here are also some important buildings. So now the Terran is heavily on creep. Now Terran might be overwhelmed with Zerg returning. Okay, so now Zerg is moving to his base to welcome his guest, and a very strong advantage which resulted in a victory. coming to our next map, which is Romanticide. In the upper left, spawning as a blue Zerg, it's Mixu, currently leading by 2 maps over this player, Red Terran, spawning in the bottom right, which is Tsuku, playing for Archangel Gaming. So Mixu proved himself to be a tough opponent for Tsuku, but still Terran put in some work. It weren't really quick games. The games weren't as quick as you would probably expect if one player is extremely favored. I think like Mixu is favored in this match, but still he has a job to do against player who has definitely done a bunch of threats towards the Zerg. Actually, he posed the threat in a few moments in previous game. So both players taking expansions, no some nearly heavy cheese. So the Reaper didn't do damage just now. No scouting. It's not gonna happen just now. Mixu is very well prepared for such early harassment. Just as you see the third base. Third base for the Terran, third base for the Zerg. It's actually a quick third base, so Tsuku is probably looking for some heavy economy game. What do you guys have to say on chat? I don't see that much going on. I need to take a sip of water because definitely I wonder if I have a radio voice right now, which I probably should have. Proxy fusion core, a very interesting tactic by the Terran, by the Red Terran. A little bit of early fighting. So the Reaper will be interfered, but for the cost of some Zerglings. It's actually interesting because there is a fusion core and cloak. So he actually baited his opponent into going Banshee, and he's actually going BC, which is interesting. But looks like Zerk will be prepared for either option. So Zerk is actually doing... Zerk is saturated on 3 bases, adding gases in the 3rd base, 4th expansion, so... But I don't see much... I feel like Creep has slowed just now, so that those queens are actually focusing on defending against flying units in base instead of pooping creep. So just now the first BC arrives to someone who called in the fleet, which is Suku called in the fleet, or actually Mixu called in the fleet because it's his base that is being attacked. There is a sufficient amount of queens at this bulk, so this BC may be in trouble. There is not much creep, so those queens won't be able to snipe off this BC finally. There were Hellbats looking for some economical damage at the other side, but of course Mixu was prepared with some banelings to clean those Hellbats with ease. So we have 2 tanks sieging up in a defensive position, so that Terran is much safer against early pressure, or in general against his attacks in the future. It's actually getting to late game in just a moment. This BC is probably waiting for some tactical jump to get as much done as possible and escape at the very last second he can. He has made a second battle cruiser, so he might be able to... There's a Yamato cannon, so definitely... So he makes a 3rd battle cruiser, so it's definitely a strong force and not a cheap composition. So Zerk is building Corruptors, and for now he has just those 5, but still he has the tech, and he's making upgrades to actually make him able to defend quite effectively against those kind of attacks. Of course, the links are here for the harassment, which is very annoying for the Terran player who cannot expand his 4th expansion. Those links are actually... I didn't know that they can move through here. Those guys don't do that much, just injure and destroy a few buildings. Tsuku is investing in orbitals, so he's quite alright. The bigger problem is that his opponent is having a great time in economy, as he's mining twice as much, almost twice as much. He's building additional corruptors, so he actually knows that there are BCs on the way. So a different approach from the previous game. That's very interesting that he changes his compositions. So for now, Zerk is looking for some attack with a lot of bailings. He probably try to kill the expansion and he succeeds in it. So it's definitely a damage he's doing. So he's delaying his opponent further. Those three pieces are actually creeping some creeper, and this base is not defended, so it might be under attack now, and it will be destroyed, of course. One BC. So Mixu got caught off guard right now because he lost a lot of draws and an expansion. Of course, he killed one battlecruiser, which is a damage for the Terran composition, because Terran actually stopped making additional battlecruisers, so he's actually has stopped on 3. And this base is a planetary fortress, so it will be dead very quickly. It cannot fly away. This BC has 8 health, so one shot from anything, pretty much. This command center is might be threatened, but still, the thing is that that Tsuku has many orbitals, many bases to fly over the mineral line and start gathering very quickly. So I feel like it might not be the best option best decision to make at that point. So both players are actually taking some economical damage, and game looks pretty even, even though it might change very quickly, as you guys see, Terran has a strong army. Those attacks may be very important, and those PCs are actually doing some important Yamatos, but I'm not sure if it's the damage he was looking for with the PCs. Here is the important fight, because he kills a lot of drones. He denies mining, and probably kills this hatchery. On the other side of the map, Zerg is doing damage, but he lost an expansion. Of course, he doesn't need that many expansions at the moment, because he has on this side, but this one will be actually devastating. So Terran has rebuilt his planetary fortress. Now the Zerg is moving forward, but still decides to actually borrow some bailings. Another counterattack, killing some drones. It looks like the Zerg is looking for the destruction of this planetary fortress, but doesn't commit to it. Probably decides to just clean it up with mineral line. As you guys see, there are quite many tanks doing some work, but looks like Zerg is moving through it. Actually, Zerg lost a lot, but killed the important units, and this PC is actually lost for. He probably was sacrificed for some unknown reasons. It was just a pure sacrifice. Okay, so more bailings are added to the composition here, and it looks like queens are joining, but they're not. They probably won't be able to right in time. So he decides to go for those tanks, and he kills them with fungal. And this is very important that he kills this expansion, which is actually an important damage. But still, Terran finds a way to operate with this base. He might be able to escape with his base if he flies away. That's exactly what he does, but the main front is actually using a lot of important units at the front. The links are flooding to undefended locations, which gets more unhappy for the Terran. And Terran is actually having real trouble now. Those Zerglings were pretty well grilled, but those roads are pretty heavy and quite possible to kill with Hellions. So he needs more Cyclones and tanks to actually deal with this force. And he doesn't have that much, although he might be able to take some trades. So now we have a bunch of Broodlords denying mining in this base. So as you guys see, Mixu defeated Tsuku 3-0 in a very interesting series. So now we will be moving with grand finals, which will be Mixu against Arcfire. So it will be a PVZ. So here we have our final with two very strong players. We'll see how they do on Death Aura. So here, Red Protoss spawning in the bottom right, playing for Team Alpha X. It's Arcfire, very young, talented player, and his opponent, cross spawning in the upper left. It's a blue Zerg Mixu, playing for Finnish Team Kova. So Mixu defeated Tsuku, a Terran, and Arcfire defeated Baby Marine, also Terran. So now they have a different matchup, and we, as a viewers, had all the three matchups, not including mirror matchups. So we probably will have expansion, rather standard expansions from both players, rather economical gameplay from the two of them. We saw Arcfire play against Terran, we saw Mixu play against Terran. We will see how they play against different race. So just now Arcfire is patrolling his probe close to his enemy's natural. Typical wall off. So very standard at the beginning. So the probe will most likely be killed just in a few seconds. So Adept will go for some for some probably Zerling kills, and also it might be drone kills as well. He builds an oracle. He's just starting its production, so the probe will move through the wall. So just now very steady game. Both players developing. Adept is looking for some damage, but it's not able to achieve any. Zerg played well defensively at this point. So for now we have spores added to Zerg's bases, and he decides to kill the egg, which is an interesting decision to make of Oracle, because he doesn't kill a drone, he just delays it, which is always a damage, but probably the thing is it more useful than the energy on Oracle? So those oracles have to move out quickly to not be killed by those queens, and now they're returning to probably help against those links, but those links aren't that many, so Protoss should be fine with what he has here. Those oracles rush to make some drone kills, but they're not finding any spot to move close to Zerg's base, and he's probably going. So he's losing oracle, which is probably not something uh, he would have liked to happen in such scenarios, because it's also because this is not why he paid 150 gas. So unfortunately, the tickle beam won't achieve uh, killing this overlord. So the overlord will keep chilling here, untickled. A bunch of things running around those Protoss bases, but they won't be able to do anything here. The observer sees roaches, so he's very likely to know what's gonna happen. Hallucinated Colossus, which is an interesting decision to make, to fool Zerg into certain composition. So he has a lot of gateways, and his decision will be to actually push the Zerg. The Zerg has quite a few units, but the thing is that how well will he use those units against 3 Archons? So it's not as powerful as it could have been with Colossus or something. And the thing is, that's the funny thing, that this Overlord is still here.
We embrace the glory of battle.
So the drop of those Zealots is definitely important to keep army from defending this base. So the Archons might be able to kill this base, but the Zerg is defending quite solidly here. And those amassed Roach army will probably be able. It cleans those traps, so it won't be a threat anymore. Back to work, guys. Everyone picks up their tools and goes back to mining. We have Overseer here, so some traps will not be a threat for the Zerg. So now the Zerg looks like the Zerg has initiative, but for now Zerg is not committing. The Protoss adds Immortals, which actually creates a really heavy composition. Immortal Archon Zealot, very heavy, very strong composition, hard to kill. It will also depend on those Bane shots. How many Zealots will they kill? Of course, Bile drops as well. This Oracle is giving Protoss information, which is very important. So he still has some value from those units. He drops some Zealots, which attempt to kill a few units, and retreats. So very good decision and execution. So now we have Bane drops. So Protoss will have to watch out for those Bane drops, which is a blink of an eye, and you lose a lot from it. Those Zealots kill a queen, so they achieve a lot. And now the thing is, that those drops might attack just now, and this might be unfortunate. So the Protoss didn't pay attention, and now he loses his mineral line. And here, just the same thing, but he actually dropped it on Nexus. So as you guys see, it was only this glittering lamp that was covered with baleen gas. He's doing a really good counter pressure. Protoss player is doing a really good counter pressure. He has a lot of probes, so he actually lost a lot of probes, but he's still in a good position. I feel like Protoss might be able to actually do well here. He has many motors, but now it's important to not get caught, because those immortals are actually useless against Link army, but very heavy against those guys. And those corruptors are actually pretty insanely useful. To prevent reinforcements. But I feel like it's Arcfire succeeding, which is something probably wasn't expected, but he definitely shows off he's a real good player. Actually, he showed it before, but now he showed that he's a real good player. Back with our grand final, spawning in the bottom left as a Blue Zerg, it's Mixu, and his opponent currently up one map, it's Arcfire. So the first map was really interesting because of the tides that were turning on both sides. The action was actually changing quite dynamically as the Zerg was doing economical damage and Protoss was was actually winning in the main battle. Thanks for everyone who joined our channel. Thanks for watching. I hope you're enjoying. So of course expansions from both sides, economical play at the beginning, very typical. Zerg is making some Zerglings, of course. And Protoss decides, just as in the previous game, for Stargate. So he decides to go for it. And the Zerg will try to catch this adept. The first Oracle has arrived to the battlefield. The Quick Overlord is seeing everything. So a full scout for Zerg. So now we will see how much this Oracle does. So for now, there aren't any drones nearby, so it will most likely retreat. So robotics facility, additional adepts, Twilight Council. So we will see what the decision is, because it might be as very well some bigger number of adepts with glaives, or it might be also, which is much more likely, Archon drop. So it's a very nice catch for the Zerg, as kills 3 adepts with not many losses. So of course Protoss cancels all those buildings, and now we'll try to rebuild this nexus as fast as possible to prevent him from lost mining time. Of course, 4 High Templars and 2 very powerful units, which are Archons. We will see how Mixu defends against this. Has a number of queens. But it's also micro dependent to not lose too much health. He's not losing his Archons. He's keeping them alive. He's managing quite well at the moment. So the drop returns home. It looks like Zerk is just sitting over toss. I don't know, like Arcfire doesn't put much effort into cleaning those overlords, which is actually interesting, which is something that probably shouldn't happen, but still he still succeeds in his attacks. He's building this basically the same army composition as he did in the previous game, as he saw that it can actually defeat this uh, Zerg army composition. The composition of Archon Zealot Immortal. A very tough composition, so the Zerg goes for counterattack. The adept is quite well placed, but there's an Oracle to help and 3 Zealots, so it will be fine. So he didn't. Oh, it was actually quite funny that he missed those 2 times, but still it was like he had enough shots to quickly make another shot. So now he's looking for a place to drop for Zealots, and the Banes are waiting to catch those Zealots. But he might just split, which is very intelligent thing to do. So Protoss is making a higher Archon count, and more Immortals are coming into battle. And this army is starting to look very scary for the Zerg, as the limit is higher and the composition is extremely strong. The Zerg can hardly fight this composition. So as you see, Protoss commences with his attack. Good force fields to actually delay those Banelings from connecting, and he splits quite well. Of course, the sentries have been killed, so the important spellcasters have been killed, and there is no reinforcement just now, so Zerg might be fine at the moment. Those Zealots might do some work here, but Immortals start falling. Well, the thing is that the battle is turning. The reinforcements from the Protoss arrive, just as from the Zerg. So yeah, Protoss decides to actually move back and reinforce. He has 3 more Archons, and he's making 2 Immortals at a time. He might be afraid of Broodlords, which are likely to happen. Those Zealots killing expansion. I wonder if 4 Zealots here would be a good choice. So he kills expansion and moves out. Moves back to a safer spot. I wonder if he doesn't know about this expansion. can afford sending a bunch of zealots to some safe spot there to actually send harassment attacks, which may be very disastrous for the Zerg because that's the most important base at the moment. Here are minerals are actually he's running out of minerals here, and this base is the main bank that he has to reach for. So two immortals at the time, and a lot of archons, a lot of light bulbs. So with a lot of energy, a lot of shining, a lot of light. Hello everyone on stream. Hope you enjoy. So now is the important fight. So the Protoss decides to move on creep, which is a very courageous decision. But the thing is, it may turn into Zerg's favor. So those links will actually surround this army, and the Biles will deal some serious damage. So the thing is that Arcfire is actually very good at using his units effectively, and the Zerg can hardly face his army because he doesn't have that good of an answer. He lacks units, but he might be able to clean this up now. Oh, and he destroyed it. He destroyed those immortals. So very good decision from Mixu. Very nice cleanup. So he knows just now that there is this base, which has hardly any creep there. So as you can see, there is a dropper lord with 4 bailings. But those this is a spot for a Protoss to defend and send those waves. As you can see, a delayed destroyed, a cancelled expansion. So the Zerg will probably try to deal some damage, but the thing is that the Protoss was offensive all the time, and now the Zerg decides to go offensive, which probably wasn't good choice because he lost a lot of links for basically nothing. He just killed the battery probably, which is not a expensive tool for Protoss. So those links will be annoying at Protoss base. Protoss will have to spend some time dealing with those, but he of course he sends away of Zealots and he should be fine. So Protoss now decides to commit to creep, which is a courageous decision as I said before. And now so it's actually very dangerous. He can lose this army, but the reinforcements arrive, which is very important. Very important. Like this, he also destroys this hatchery, which is very important for him. I wonder if he doesn't send units here, because this base will be hard for the Zerg to actually defend this base. He cannot send units anymore by any path because he has to face this army. So like four zealots would be fine. Will be very effective there. So of course he's still managing to have as much of this army as possible. He's adding additional reinforcements, and now he wins 2-0 for Arcfire, which is Amazing of a performance by him. Back to our second, actually third game of this best of seven, and this guy currently leading with two maps. It's a red Protoss representing Team Alpha X, young Frenchman, Arc Fire. His opponent up, actually, who is behind in maps, who's struggling to win against him. It's Blue Zerg Mixu. So for now, Arc Fire proved himself to be a very strong Archon Immortal Zealot Protoss. And I wonder if Mixu decides to go for something different. But he's actually, for now, we don't know anything sneaky happening. For now, very standard. So for the third time, Arcfire decides for Stargate. just as he goes for Blink Stalkers in TVP. Very nice kill for Arc Fire, preventing creep spread, and he commits to this base. He will probably look for some Zergling kills or potentially drone kills, but now he's just leaving, so he's playing very safely for now. But it may look like he's no, he didn't actually catch any drone. No, it's just chilling worker. Back to work, guys. So we see Oracle looking for some snipes. Very good mechanic from Mixu. No, he won't be able to catch a drone, so very good execution by Mixu. So we have links running across the map, but there are two oracles, adepts in a safe spot, so they won't be able to do damage here. So Zerg is taking the two additional gases, putting Roach Warren. Spreading creep, of course, and those two oracles are looking for some damage. Additional spore crawlers, but it's an interesting spot. So Arcfire is saturating his bases, and it looks like Mixu was behind in workers, but now he drowned, so now he still has a few more workers, but no fourth base for now, and he's starting to build more roaches. Now fourth base. So for now, only Revelation with those oracles. In the previous two games, it proved to be very useful, and it was probably quite important for the Protoss player to put those Revelations in strategic spots. And now it looks like Zerg is gathering quite a few units. And those overlords are actually, tell me guys, why isn't like Arcfire cleaning those up? I wonder if it's like because those overlords are sitting there and they're not killed, but it's like Arcfire wins anyways, so it's actually interesting what he thinks about it. Maybe he thinks like it doesn't matter, I win anyways. So Zerg thinks he knows things, and he just doesn't. It's so simple. Okay, so he now doesn't have immortals, which is different from the previous games. He has, for an exchange, he has Archons and Zealots instead of Immortals support. He goes for drop here, supported with a Warpin of additional Zealots. So he probably should have gone with this army. He killed a bunch of drones, so he actually managed to do some damage. The important thing is that Archons don't die, only Zealots, so it's like gas heavy units. So the units that actually are important don't die. He doesn't lose them, and he keeps them for each fight. He loses just Zealots, which is very effective in terms of late game and in terms of gathering gas, spending gas. Zerg is just not teching, probably for some. He didn't use almost anything that Hive did, except for upgrades. Any Hive units. Like he didn't build like lurkers or probably maybe some Vipers, but uh, he prefers to keep to his classical composition. But the thing is that if Storm, I mean he doesn't research Storm, and it's not finished. He didn't even started it, so there is no Storm. But if it would be like Storm, I feel like it would be interesting to add Storm to it. This Immortal might be dead quite soon. Just as I said, those Banes are actually killing some probes. But still, the important thing is how to get rid of this army. And I see mostly Banelings, Baneling Ravager. So it might look like the Zerg has to make an important split of his units. And he killed his own hatchery. Mixu killed his own hatchery, which is quite funny. The Protoss moves on, goes to high ground, and it looks very good for the Protoss. Although the Banes hit quite hard, the Immortal turned out to be quite mortal. The reinforcements arrive, which is crucial to keep this army of Protoss. And it looks devastating for the Zerg. It's like Zerg is sending reinforcements. It changes from wave to wave. Like Zerg sends his reinforcements and is able to kill Protoss. And the thing is that Protoss sends his wave of Zealots, for example, and Zerg cannot fight this army. So it's changing dynamically. Protoss is making a lot of probes, so it's actually getting ahead in economy. Okay, so he has a War Prism, so we might look for some potential counterattack from him. For now, it's important for our Fire to not lose this base, which he did. There's a counterattack on the side, but it's very undecisive. Those Zealots keep running around, and just now they decided to attack. But here are might be enough for the Zerg. The problem is that he loses to Banelings. He loses a lot of workers to Banelings. And now he's making a lot of Immortals, which proved to be the right thing to do in the previous two maps. So probably for the third time it will work. It will work. It's a possibility. So he catches quite a few roaches here. His base is cancelled once again. So it's not as comfortable spot for him to be. He's adding those guys, he's building Storm, he's researching Storm, which is like, it will be much harder for the Zerg now. Of course, he cannot use those units, he cannot lose those high temporals, which is also easy sometimes when Zerg has many Banelings. But it's like 10 seconds to Storm, and it will be like, okay, so all of these guys have Storm, it looks like. So it will be a powerful ability to help Protoss with this Zerg army. It's actually pretty scary to engage if microed properly. Okay, so Protoss moves out here, and the Zerg should see him, but the Protoss also thinks that how the Zerlings move, the Protoss should be heading in this position, which is actually an important information because he actually wants to rebuild this base, or he decides to do it here. Those links actually didn't manage to see this base, so he will fight against this instead of taking the free one. So now Mixu lost a lot to this counter attack. Mixu has more bases, but he loses more, so it makes the game quite even now. But the important thing are storms, which are hitting now quite hard. And the Protoss player is just twirling over there, sending storm after storm with his powerful army. So Mixu is just devastated to be destroyed in such manner, in such typical Protoss manner. Welcome to our fourth game of this grand final. So in the bottom left, spawning as a blue Zerg, it's Mixu, of course. And his opponent beating him one time after another, it's a red Protoss, who's from Team Alpha X. He's very young, Frenchman, and he's doing really well. It's Arocfire. So we saw 3 standard games in which Mixu didn't succeed. So what will be his decision? If he decides to go for some early pressure, or he thinks that maybe this time I will be able to win this, because it looked quite devastating, although there were a few moments that he had quite a bit of an advantage, even though he was dominated quite heavily in the endings of each of the 3 previous games. Expansions from both players, so it's actually something we see the same. So Arocfire turned out to be, or actually he was like this. He's very standard macro oriented, which is uh, which is of course very interesting games. He goes for Stargate every game against Zerg, just as he goes for Blink in every game against Terran. So he's very solid with those build orders. So now we will see if it will be the last game, or will Mixu prevail? Will he actually take one map from his opponent? Because the map is quite... it was thought to be a good map for Zerg because it's a big map, but Arcfire proved himself to be a very strong Archon Immortal Zealot player, and if he chooses the same composition once more, and Mixu chooses the same composition once more, it might end very poorly for Mixu. So Mixu places spores. Yeah, very steady game for now. Second Oracle just pops out. It's interesting decision to go for X. I haven't thought of it, honestly, because I would personally prefer to keep the energy and go for some different abilities. So those 2 oracles will probably look for damage in the main base. Robotics facility in the wall. Those Zerlings won't find any damage there. Okay, so this queen will be intercepted, killed quite easily, and we will see how many drones is he able to take. Only one drone. So Zerg decides for. So Zerg takes fourth expansion. So for now, it looks like it will be the same decision, but it is interesting for Mixu that he just now decided to probably diverse his composition with some Hydras, probably also Lurkers. Of course, those are the units we haven't seen today, except Hydras, which we saw against Terran. A bunch of traps, of course, but the Zerg won't commit. It's actually interesting how these guys actually were walking while in summoning mode, or this recalling mode. A storm, and probably much quicker than we saw it in the previous game. So he probably sees that this is the thing he can do to defeat his opponent. He gathers up more immortals, but the thing is that the Zerg has a lot here, and he can go for counter pressure, but has to defend with every possible force. As you guys see, the limit is quite the limit difference is quite big. So the Zerg has overwhelmed Protoss for now, and Protoss had to retreat. But it's not lost for the Protoss, he's making more immortals. He has storms. He might be able to actually fight against those units more effectively and even more successfully. He splits his army. And now supply of arc fire starts to grow. And the unit composition is in favor of him. It's definitely in his favor. But Hydras are added to the composition of Zerg, which may make it much harder for the Protoss to break this force. But storms will be crucial in the upcoming battles. Big wave of Zealots, but Zerg is quite prepared for it, so it won't do much damage. And then there is this army with Storm. It is quite heavy for the Zerg to receive such storms, and there are lurkers coming coming to play, which are another hard unit for Protoss. Of course, if Protoss has a lot of Immortals, he can deal with Lurkers, but it still can be a hard thing to do. A counter-attack with Roaches. Actually manages to do quite a bit. Arcfire decides to recall his units to prevent the further losses. Those Zealots doing quite a bit of damage, but still they are cleaned up quite quickly by those Lurkers. So it was the right decision to fly those Hydras, and now the Zerg will set up a very aggressive defensive position. It will be super hard for Protoss to engage in here, but we will see how good of the storms will there be. A lot of Immortals, so he's actually breaking through it, but those Immortals start to perish. The wave of reinforcements arrive, but I don't think there is any vision. He actually starts to make carriers. Oh, probably that wasn't the best choice to go with High Templars against Lurkers. Probably might not be the best counter. So Mixu is doing some real good job here, but most likely Arcfire will try to secure his position, but he's still playing the game. He's still defending, but he's losing steam. He's running out of steam, so he's most likely going to tap out in some time, but the thing is that, of course. So Mixu got himself a final game, and of course with Lurkers and Hydras, it was the answer he needed. Welcome back to our sixth game of this grand final on Submarine, spawning in the bottom right as a red Zerg. It's Mixu, who won his honor game, and now he will try to win it all. His opponent, spawning in the upper left as a blue Terran, it's Arocfire. So Arocfire is currently leading 3-1 in this series, which is so he was struggling to win this fourth game. So it's actually now it's a fifth game. I'm sorry, I didn't count well because I said it's a sixth game. So in this fifth game, we will see if Mixu makes a reverse sweep, because Arocfire was definitely doing quite well in the first three games, but then the lurkers arrived, and Arocfire got caught off guard, definitely, and that was the thing that made Mixu win the game. So he went for some quicker links. So now Mixu is actually made some aggressive links. His expansion was delayed, but those things running across the map, they are definitely looking for some damage here. And I wonder if he commits with more Zerglings, or it will be just those guys. So Arcfire has a good defensive position, and I feel like Mixu was under microing here, because he could have achieved much more definitely here. Now two Zealots are here. I feel like Arcfire is in a safe spot right now. He's making two adepts and probably preparing to place a Nexus, and I feel like it's a comfortable spot to be in, definitely, even though you see those worker count, which is heavily in favor of Arcfire at this point. So I wonder how well will it scale this worker difference that was in the beginning, and it was the effect of Mixu's aggressive build. Now the two adepts are moving across the map, and I wonder if they will do some damage. It's two adepts, so of course there are enough firepower to kill things at once, at one shot. So he's not as committed to it. He's doing very defensively, very carefully, to not lose those adepts, but he's still managing to kill units with it. Oh, very good switch on those adepts, so the closer one will have more health. Now he lost the adept. Oh, very good transfusion on the drone to save it. That was impressive. He reacted on time, and now there is Oracle running across the map, and very quick third expansion for Protoss, which is interesting. I wonder if Zerg will go for a third what will Zerg do against it? Will he try to punish it, or is it just Arcfire is so far ahead that he can afford it? He's placing a robotics facility just now, so he's most likely going to be safe against bigger amounts of roaches. That's an interesting thing that it goes in such manner. Interesting spot to move the creep. So for now, it's like now we have a smaller map, so it might be much better for Protoss than the previous map. But it also depends on the compositions and the decisions that the players will make. So Roach Warren, we have 2 additional gases. And those links actually doing some damage. Of course, the oracles are returning home to prevent further losses. So now we have 2 oracles, putting some revelations to give more information to the Protoss. Probably catching a bunch of drones, but he wasn't that committed to it, and the reaction was quick from Zerg. Okay, so he got a bunch of drones, which is very fortunate for him. So he can. So he's definitely not behind in economy. He goes in charge. He goes +1. He has temporary archives. 3 Archons on the way. So there is the pressure coming from Protoss. The Zerg has quite a few units, and there are no Immortals, so it will be just Zealot Archon. And the roaches there are quite a few roaches, so it feels like it might not be enough for the Protoss. Of course, the oracles might help. There would be also important part of the army. But Protoss retreats, sees the number of roaches, and decides to go back home. This is something that happens every game, every of the last 4 games. So we have a big wave of zealots. But it won't do as much. It's chasing this spore and it succeeded. That's funny. That's the whole wave of zealots actually catching one spore. It's actually quite funny. I think you guys are all laughing at homes from it. So limits look like Zerg is quite a bit ahead in supply. By the composition of Protoss is quite good. I wouldn't say it's excellent. This base is undefended, which might be very unfortunate for the Protoss. He kills a lot of drones here, which is a good call he made, that he rallied those zealots, but this base is actually has been overrun by the Zerg. The Protoss actually lost quite a bit here, but he's still pushing ahead. He has the composition he needs. The Zerg doesn't have Bailings, doesn't have Links, so this composition should be more than enough to fight this. And he's also sending additional Zealots. I wonder if those Zealots wouldn't be better with the main army, but they also do a lot of damage. So I feel the Protoss is satisfied, and the Zerg looks like the Zerg is starting to fall off, even though he destroyed the fourth of Protoss's fourth. But he actually pushed the Protoss off. I thought Protoss will be more committed to finishing Zerg, but he actually decides to go for another Warp Prism and probably push from two angles with more Archons and more Immortals. Because I feel like if there are lurkers coming into play, it might go different ways. But we have Storm. I feel like for now Protoss has the superior army composition, which I feel like he should have made a use of. But now he's building up the bank of units, the bank of resources, but the the amount of units he needs to crush the Zerg on full limit. Few more bios. There's one lonely immortal. And now there are Hydras and Lurkers, which is something that Protoss probably shouldn't have been waiting for. Because now Zerg can set up a defensive position against them. But for now there aren't that many Lurkers just yet. And he's just storming, just putting a lot of storm into action, but the Zerg has the surround. The left flank has been dead for the Zerg, and now the Zerg has been cleaned up. Is it that Arok Fire defeats? Arok Fire succeeds and wins the last game. Thanks to everyone who was watching. I hope you enjoyed, and see you next time.